Hello and welcome in to my Saturday afternoon stream. Welcome in. I hope you have all a lovely Saturday so far and that you can all be looking forward to more of a good Saturday, and especially Mark, Thraik and Jojo. Welcome in. I hope, as I said, you're having a lovely Saturday so far. And indeed, I am starting slightly differently than usually, and I have decided that I'm not going to go get the G rank snake. Indeed, the target is Dalamadur, and welcome in Bolt. And I hope that you can get yourself unstuck out of Stories 3. I am not the expert on it. I'm taking a look at a few things, and one of those is I do want to ensure my weakness, that I got my weaknesses correct. Should be pretty simple, with Dragon being the most potent, and indeed that is the case. Okay, I hope graphics-wise it is a 3DS game, so there will be some issues with it. I hope though that it is fine. I tried my best to get get everything to show in the best way possible. Are you the Gathering Hall? Okay, it does look a lot more grainy for sure than GU, but that is not really anything any of us can change, and we do have to just deal with it. Okay, we have a Dalamadur here. Do I have another one? I do not. I'm just checking. Okay, there is another Dalamadur here. Okay. That is Fatalis. Here is Dalamadur. I'm happy to hear that you're having a ton of fun with Stories 3. I did want to get to it at one point. So far, I haven't gotten around to it. I think that I do need or want to clean this one up as well. Okay, that's... should be mostly fine like this. Let us go ahead and now find this big snake. There are always some differences between the... Sorry, there's always some differences between the versions. And I do want to make sure that I am at my best before coming in. You want to see For You Old Fatalis. I'm not sure if I have him unlocked on the save files that I have access to stream. If I'll have a look another week what I can do, and if I can either unlock him or get the other save file over, I'll be showcasing him next week. Well, he is not small, that's for sure. Oh, and I did forget to eat. I think both to a degree would be accurate. Luckily, my two kitties have a way of maximizing my health. And here we have, he came down and is now presenting his chest to us. Fortunately, I missed the charge up there. And yes, you will be able to count the pixels in the textures. The original is like the original resolution is something like 400 by 240. So on the screen it would disappear a little bit more. Got me with some big attack there. To a degree, it certainly did. But you also need to remember that time... when it came out, and I completely forgot about that specific attack. And he should be moving up, hopefully this time we are quick enough to reach our target, and that will be a lot easier climbing up here. Okay. Seriously, not sure with what I want to go. Don't think trying again is going to deliver anything here. No, I do think that Generations, the basic Generations is the bigger technical marvel on the 3DS. can't attack there. Can I attack the big one? Okay, I can attack the big one. Luckily, I do have an upgrade that allows me to heal when I attack the monsters enough. Yes, okay. In that regard, I absolutely see what you are getting at, and I do have to agree that as a singular monster, he is a huge achievement. Okay. Absolutely do have to heal up here. Let's see if we can break this huge claw. Big scream, some meteors. You're farming for Deadeye Garugas and Silver Winds. Anything in particular you're looking at? I don't think they have the ticket system. As in GU, so there might not be that part of the farm, at least as far as I know, has been changed somewhat. It's a different kind of grind. I would have guessed as much because the focus also isn't necessarily then lying on the on getting all the material for arms and armor. It is actually trying to unlock their eggs such that you can then level and fight with them in a team. So I am not too surprised that there has been a change to that grind, and Dalamadur has finally decided to take a small nap here. Okay. Okay, no idea why I didn't do the dive there. And that's too early! And while it was too early, it was too early enough for me to be able to jump through it anyway. I was not immediately aware of that. I knew that the deviants were in the trailer. It's changing grip here. There's some subtle changes compared to GU. Well, some are subtle, others much less so. But the way that the red bar on, or the color bar on the longsword works is slightly different. You immediately lose the entirety of your bar. Rather than dropping down to the previous level. Are there two deviants, with those being in the starting area being logged, as you say? Is that being logged in the demo as it is exclusive to the full game, the deviant where the deviants appear, or is it exclusive to the demo where the deviants appear there? Okay, so in the demo, you cannot get the two deviants in that area. You do need the full game for that. Okay. That is absolutely understandable. And I do think that that is a... Well, you can get at least one of the deviants, so nevertheless I don't feel like that is that is bad. I do think that companies do have a right to restrict their demos to a degree they feel is correct for them, and as such I do not mind. Okay. This is the moment, I think, where he's going to be destroying the second part. And I am once again invited to climb on him, but I did not yet attack his tail, so we're going to be doing that. Okay. Let us charge this turn, and I'm losing some more sharpness. He did not enjoy that. Let's see how... if we can break it. I wanted... my brain went how far we can get, but that is not... A big difference is also how much the kitties do. I don't know if you like Dread Queen, Mark. It's... so I don't think that they added any new monsters. So in the first area you can get Dread Queen and Bolt Reaver. Okay, I do need to heal up a little bit. Are we getting another beam? Second area you get Silverwind and Deadeye. I'll be honest, I wouldn't have pegged Astalos as an endangered monster. But then again, I guess that Rathalos and Arathian might be the more competitive monsters pushing them out. Or it might only be that they are locally endangered, not generally endangered. There are more than one way to do that. So now that he is sitting back up there, I have some time to attack the tail again. Yangaruga, or only Deadeye Yangaruga being invasive? Although with the Bloody Chicken I can imagine that both versions... Yangaruga, okay. I could imagine that both of them would be classified as endangered, as invasive. Well, we now know for sure that they're not taking their cues from the Academy. Not sure that releasing deviants into an ecosystem is a great idea. Okay, you have Deadeye Yangaruga unlocked. And now you're trying to find eggs to be able to get one into the team, I'm guessing. Or with unlocked, do you mean you already have one in the team? These meteorites have been hitting me hard so far. Okay, I don't necessarily mind. I'd genuinely be surprised if Acidic Lavinius would be in there. They have Hellblade and they have a normal one. And to be honest, it feels like they haven't gotten up to Acidic yet. He did come out in a later Monster Hunter generation. But then again, that doesn't necessarily... Pink Rathian is old. And Pink Rathian is older than Gold Rathian. Okay, he didn't stay up here for very long. That's... unfortunate. I'm not sure exactly what the first appearance of Pink was, but it's been a long time ago. Fair enough. My thought, and I don't think it's correct, was that stories added monsters as they were introduced in the mainline games. Pretty sure that is wrong. That was something that I had in my head. But I am pretty sure that there are other monsters out of world in there. Come on. Congrats on Deadeye. Vraik, thank you very much for the lurk. Enjoy the stream during your lurk. Okay. There is the second break. If I need this long for the basic snake, yeah, I'm not back ready for anybody else's. Difficulty level. It's something I need to check, and maybe you know and you can help me. Are there monsters from either Rise, Sunbreak, or World? You have Namiel in Stories 3, okay. Espinas is old. Espinas is old. Espinas is the first time, its first time appearance in a mainline Monster Hunter game. Fair enough is Sunbreak, but Espinas is quite an old one. But there are monsters from all games. Come on. Okay. And now you have Silverwind unlocked. Okay, probably he was trying to eat me as I got hit from that meteor, and I got hit as soon as my invulnerability wore off there. That gives me a little bit of time to do stuff. Combo list, there we are. Slight differences can make for larger confusion. And I was a single hit away. Oh well. Primordial Malzeno since the trailer for 3. And Angry Chair, thank you very much for the follow and kick. Sorry for not realizing that sooner. Welcome. Thank you for it. Thank you very much, Chair. And I do hope that you are having a good Saturday and that you can be looking forward to more of a great Saturday from here. Okay. Do I have... only that one part where I can carve? Well, even if there are more, I won't be getting to them anymore. Thank you for clarifying. I was unaware of those exact circumstances, so good to know. Okay. Yes, please sell. I can trade some new materials. So yeah, this is not the file I've been playing on for years. It's more of an involuntary restart. I always forget about it because unlike Freedom Unite, this was not voluntary, so, or at least not exactly voluntary, so I always forget that I do have more than one save here. Okay. But that was one Daramadur. I do also know that I haven't been the cleanest in the fight with him, but that is a big oh well. Okay. Let me set up for GU then. So, let's see if my capture card wants to do its job properly. Indeed it does. Very happy to see that. I will be sending you the link after stream. I do have some housekeeping to do, or I do want to switch the categories over. Something that I have recently been forgetting a lot. Well, luckily I am not switching categories hourly, but with jumping into Freedom Unite a little bit, I had been doing some switching. I'll be opening up the hub ASAP. With a new passcode. Well, no. There we go. It is not going to be very useful if I do not pin these information. Maybe I do also want to add the brakes here. And Mark, welcome in. Let me pin it and ensure that I have the correct time selected. And Mark, feel free to select the first quest here. Well, resistant, you're not quite invulnerable. But I do not mind to go fetch some more material from him. something I had forgotten in for you, but I don't want to forget here is enjoying a meal. Do I have anything? Yeah, I should be. Two streams in a row, same map first. Seriously, I don't think that the chances for that are all that bad. Let's take this one. But for this one, I will also be bringing an Ancient Potion just to ensure whatever Unlucky Cat does to me, I can basically ignore. Okay. I have to be honest, even though I am having the Switch render at 720p, that's an increase. That's a fourfold increase, more or less, to in with regards to the 3DS settings, so there is a big difference, especially since I'm wearing the same armor. And Chair, welcome to the hub. That I'm wearing the same armor as I was using in GU now. This is so much more detailed. Than what I had before. As long as I'm not with him when I don't have any health or stamina. You don't want him to die in at least 5 minutes. Not exactly sure why, but I don't think we'll be killing him that quickly. 5 minutes go by very, very fast. You want to listen to the theme. Okay. No need to have an Ancient Potion here. Stakes are much less troublesome. Well, in a way, they're less troublesome and more troublesome at the same time. Whee! Then we have a first crack. And there he goes, full jet. chair is, well, taking well care of the head already. Okay, back up to a safe amount of health. And I'm not able to really get to the tail at the moment. He's jumping or turning all the time. There is the tail chair needing to take care not only of its head but also its tail. And also something else I really do enjoy over for you is the fact that I can recharge the red level the dive bomber has arrived. I evaded, so you're all good, but I evaded Valstrax to be run over by Chair here, and the three of us have been doing much more business here, but still we have the 5-minute mark here. I'm guessing that should have been enough for him to fall asleep. That must have been quite the rude awakening. And here lies now Valstrax. I'm thinking a little bit about what you meant with theme. maybe I've been dense, and that is definitely a possibility, but I do not seem to remember that there is a change in theme for Valstrax. Unlike, for example, Lao Shenlong. Where there's definitely differences after using the Dragonator. I did understand what you meant with theme. It is just something that I personally have not, at least directly, consciously encountered. Oh, you just wanted for it to run through. Understandable. Okay. Let's have a quick look here. But I would have been very surprised had I been missing anything major from him. Claire, if you do have any quests, feel free to post it up. Oh, absolutely, and I don't even need to really switch out anything. Not much I have, but not much I also need to do. You never need to justify it. And I do seriously have some needs for more tickets as well, so I'm happy to be able to go fetch them here. Just 2 drill tusks. Okay, that works. And so far, our Raging Toad is not having a good day. Ham and cheese toast for lunch, I'm guessing. Indeed. That does indeed sound like something very nice, where not a lot has or will go wrong. Okay. Some paddock oil and A toad tier, nothing major. He is not a good monster stunt. Okay, that is one down. And number 2 has already is already menacing us in a way. Did we get both of the teeth here? No. Been a while since I had a toad land on me, but I had it a little bit of a different memory for it. There we go. There we have both teeth. Or fangs. For toads do not have any proper teeth. Enameled teeth. No, enameled. Okay, I think I'm getting something wrong, but amphibians in general do not have teeth. Do they have the genes properly for them like the chickens do, or were teeth an evolutionary development after the amphibians split from the rest of the animals? Ads are an unfortunately, but I am grateful for everybody's patience who has them. I do need to remember to repeat that after the ads though. So as I was saying, I'm not sure if toads have teeth. Let me just... or the genes for teeth. Thank you for your patience with the ad. Okay, no, teeth are quite a lot older. So they absolutely might have had teeth. Some animals have such tusk-like structures where it's not exactly a tooth. Okay, no idea how I am looking in that regard specifically. So let me have a quick look at my probably slightly wrong list of all the material I still need. And I'm also going to very quickly see if I have anything here. Be very surprised if I had the luck. Required. So far, at least, not yet. There is, with sheathing, a handicraft +5 in 2 slots. But I do think that is... Sorry, must have hit something when I was last muting myself. The game should be audible now once again. Thank you very much for bringing it to my attention. Okay, I do just want to know. Handicraft +5 +2 slots, so nothing there. So let's go for, and I do still need some of these tickets. Some level 6 tickets. That is the, or no, 7, sorry. Some level 7 tickets, and those are the tickets where we can't be carrying any items into the battle. It is also a capture quest. I should have the correct amulet and all of that. Doesn't really matter too much. Okay, that is somewhat unfortunate. If I need to bring Capture Guru, I quickly need to go exchange my amulet. A Provision Division can supply traps, but we also should be getting traps. You have Guru. Okay. I'll be relying on you then to give us the warning when we can cap him. And we should be getting 8 trank bombs and 2 traps in the supplies anyway. We only get 1 trap. And 1 trap should be sufficient if we are careful. But with the supply it will be 2 very quickly. And Fury, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday so far and that you can be looking forward to more of a fantastic Saturday. Welcome in. He's immune to the pitfall traps, but the supply won't give us a pitfall trap. We'll be fine, Mark. He doesn't... This quest doesn't have a sub-quest, but again, I think we will be fine. Let's go and capture him. Okay, going to be a little bit a mess in my item bag. But we do have 2 traps here, so we need not worry too much. Wrong music. Therefore, this is the correct evade. And so far, so good. Getting hit by that tail swing. Here we are. I'm really... Well, I know now that it's not worth keeping an eye on it, since I do have the wrong talisman on me. But I can't help but keep that point. Which is at least somewhat focused on... Jumpy Boy is a fun one. So far, so good. I did not have any luck. With terrific damage. And he can be captured. Okay, that is Narga. That should be in. Okay. And there we go. That was one clean capture. Chair, thank you very much for keeping an eye on his health. Let's see. Do we have anything around here? Just some mushrooms, and I'm probably never going to be reaching them. I do forget that you only have about a third. No, not about. You have a third the time after a capture than you have after a... after slaying the monster. And sorry, chat, for that bad knock on the microphone. I hope I didn't blow anybody's ears out on headphones. Congratulations on the crown. I'd say, feeling-wise, he was on the smaller side. So, from how it felt to me, it should have been a silver crown. A small, sorry, not a small silver crown. A small crown. Silver crown doesn't have anything to do with that in particular. Silverwind, that would be Hunting Horn. Indeed, there we go. You made the cursed bow set. What exactly differentiates the cursed bow set from just a normal bow set? Sure, I'll take a look at it. Nine, going up to 10, limit break. 11. Welcome in, Dark. Yep. You're very persistent with that. Mark, it's your turn. So that is Nesset, that I'm sure of. Let me have a look at the skills. Pierce up. Blast Coat, Paracoat. Okay, nice. Plus double Talisman. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what would make it cursed. It may be that... Bloody hell. They want to take a look at the weapon. can't take a look at the weapon stats from here. Okay. Or Bolt, if you if you can join for more than just showing your new armor off, you're actually also welcome to take a quest. And Mark will be coming afterwards then, or you come afterwards, depending on how it goes. Why not? My biggest risk here is not being able to redeem a voucher, apparently. No, but it would be Thunder. With the amulet that I'm currently carrying, that is already nicely mitigated. Let me have a quick look. Yeah, no. A thunder like this is looking nice. Chair is opting for a very minimalist armor. Your defense should be pretty nice. But we can always take a look at it afterwards, Mark. Okay, not sure why Mizutsune necessarily is a creature of the deep, or is considered as such. You think you will faint? With this not being the G rank quest, I think you should be fine. All the bubbles gone. Chair got bubbled quite hard there. Nice para, nice tail. And that was a back and forth. Good old Mizutsune being quite unhappy. And hopefully carvable. I don't mind flying as long as there's a monster to hit. We'll have a moment before Plessy comes in. Seriously. Please stop with it. We had your joke twice for today. Please now stop. Anything special here? Oh, first aid med pluses. Okay, I was for 1 second worried he might have preferred going back into the water again. Okay. That para came in very handy. And that was a suspiciously, in my opinion, small amount of health for him here. But so far we are having... This hunt is going very smoothly. I hope that nobody is opening an orphanage with all the sentences that I am orphaning today. Okay, next one. And that para is definitely not a healthy one. Whee! Let's see if we can't get... And that is a one successfully fished Nibblesnarf. Have a good wyvern tier here. Very nice. Oh, and I'm running already full. I'll go fetch myself a cup of coffee after this quest. What do we have here? Some rations. Those are actually coming in quite handy. And Lagiacros immediately somewhat is not in a great mood. At the same time, he is now paralyzed. And there we have Uno's tail. Silver Lake, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a good Saturday so far. The snake was Dalamadur. I do not have a game available where I can hunt Raviente. Well, not having enough stock here anymore. As far as I know, there is only one game where Dalamadur is indeed available, and that would be For You. So I did showcase him on 3DS. My For You copy is not connected to Pretendo. And no, Mark, that is not your job. If somebody asks you to stop, please do so, or I will need to do something about it. A little bit is fine, too much, and yes, that is different for everybody, is not. I will be taking a look at it. Thank you for the suggestion, Silver Lake. As I said, I'll be very... So, first off, Bolt, thank you for having joined us on this quest. I hope it's not Mark having been annoying that made you want to leave. From what I understood, though, you were quite... You didn't have exactly time or something like that. I'm not sure. But I thank you for joining us, and yeah, and okay, that is interesting that there is crossplay there. I will be, as I said before, very quickly going to make myself a coffee. And I'll be taking a look at the chat then afterwards. Okay. Still, as I said, Mark, don't annoy people. It's yeah. You think it's fun, others might not. And as I now keep talking, I'll very quickly come back to after my coffee. So until then, please be not annoyed that I won't be reading your chat messages until I'm back. And we'll see each other after this quick break. Thank you very much for your patience. Okay, I am back with a nice cup of coffee. And you say you have a new armor, looking good from the outside. Silver soul, and some old Vitalis stuff. Very nice. Critical Eye 3. Some weapons are going to go into comical amounts of affinity with that. Challenger, yeah. Very crit oriented, very nice. Thank you again for the lurk, Draig. The Kinsect gives also an additional attack. That is very, very nice. And Mark, it is, as I did say before, your turn to select a quest. Ooh, okay. You're cooking here. That is a very impressive build. Weakness exploit, yeah, is also definitely a very nice skill here. Okay, one more Valstrax. And let me untangle the salad here already. And use the proper side, or I'm going to be worrying. I'm going to get confused because the monster is not where I hear it should be. Let me quickly exchange some of my equipment. Namely the talisman. It's not bad armor, and you're going to be very decent against something like Devilio. Devil Joe, I think, rather, was how it was supposed to be pronounced. That selects mostly these elements, rarely doing normal damage. Anything that isn't infused should be making should be doing normal damage with him, though. Okay. Okay, I am not unhappy to see that my year-long habit on how to get to Area 2 from the camp was not mistaken. And of course that is knocking me in the back. Starting now, most of his attacks will be infused with the dragon. Seriously, I have never looked that intently at exactly how the mechanics works, which damages when. You were luckily decently defended here, Marg, but I think it's still okay. Let me get some attacks off on the tail. I really enjoy how much effort they put in to really make his screams and his breathing sound like a turbine. Or rather a jet turbine, that would be more precise. And this round, he is not looking very happy. I'll take a quick carve on the tail. And by the time I get to the end, it's probably all over already. Quite so. I just came in time to see him giving up the ghost. Or spooling down the engine. With the direction you're attacking from, I think the subquest, yeah, no, it's only one, so you need to just wound the wings. They're not all that easy to get from the ground, because Valstrax is one of the larger elder dragons. And so coming in when he's asleep with a nice triple charge onto the wings, that is something very valuable. Going to deal a lot of damage and thus easily going to be able to break wings and so on. Very nice here indeed. And chair, if you do have anything, feel free to post the next quest. I'll have a quick look with housekeeping, or rather to put the amulets into the place they ought to be in. What are you looking for, Mark? Screech going to be turning around on my heel and re-exchanging my talisman. This is a capture quest. Still just the mantle. I don't know if you want to fill up. If you do want to create that armor, you will indeed need tickets from all about. I don't think I need any specific resistance. That's... Congrats on that. So you're looking for a Ruby Dragon Mind Stone. The event one indeed does have higher odds. Not by much, but a little bit higher odds to find a Ruby Dragon Mind Stone. In general, though, I would say that his wounds, so head, back, and tail, have the highest chances all taken together to be to successfully find one. It would increase from a 4% chance to a 5% chance, so it's 1% more likely. I don't think that increase compared to the other places where it can drop is going to be statistically significant enough in order to reduce your number of attempts you're going to be needing, especially for 3 of them. But if you'd rather do the event quest afterwards, it is fine by me. Okay. The Gammoth or is that Elderfrost Gammoth? I'm not sure. Gunner armor looks at the same time really elegant, but also looks very cumbersome. As for your chances, yep. Come on. There we go. Thank you for the reminder, chair. I was very close to having forgotten that it's a capture quest. Very nice for these additional tickets as well. And a lot more of the materials that I'll be needing when I get around to doing and upgrading all of it for myself. Silver Lake, if you do have anything you want to go on, please feel free to post a quest. So yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of difference which one we go to. On average, you'll be needing 33 tries to get your 3 stones. And it is still 33. And whoops, sorry. Getting sidetracked with those calculations. Didn't immediately notice that you had posted a quest silver. I am sorry about that. So the difference that the 5% versus 4% chance has is small enough that it can be ignored even with how many you need. Probably that too. So fewer attempts in general. Statistic can be a really convoluted matter, and you do need some time and experience to wrap your head around it. And sometimes small increases can make big differences, but in this case, since it's already so low and not really increasing that much, it doesn't really make a difference. And Mark, I don't think you're going to be dying. Yes, we're going to be fighting Barioth, but we're 4 people, I think. We'll be fine. A repel, though, takes at least 25 minutes to achieve. So, unless you solo need about that much time. Yeah, okay, that's another expensive stake one. 35 minutes. Correct, yeah, okay. No. Okay, yeah, no, you're correct. 35 minutes for the repel. It's not a very viable way. Unless you need that long already. But with the 4 of us, that'd be a huge time waste. Okay. I do want to see exactly that. I do want to see those front limbs broken and battered. Okay, it's a hunt. We do not need to capture him. Okay. Okay, I did not think that you had that little life left, Mark. I hope you can make it back up the mountain. That is going to be a big race. But well done, everybody. That was a good quest. No, it does not. .464 attack. Yeah, buffs can be very, very strong. How much attack do I have? 434. Chair, thank you very much for your for pushing us here. Yeah, as some of you may know, I am also a DM or GM, depending on the game. I am so used to calling myself a DM that I'm usually just sticking with that. And we had a little bit of a discussion in my group, and I am going to be reopening. I'm going to be opening a new campaign for us. And so far it is looking really a lot of fun. And I do think it's my turn to select a quest as well. I really need to stop interrupting myself with everything left and right. So, for the new campaign that we're opening, not going to be D&D, so I should have said GM. A World of Darkness Vampire the Masquerade one. It's a very interesting world. Okay. And it is indeed my turn for a quest. It is a very interesting world. I do have some personal changes with it, because some of the ideas of Gehenna and so they at the end also drop themselves. But it's going to be playing in... Let me just check. Yeah, let's do this. It's going to be set in Chicago, starting in 1924. So there is a lot there to put into the campaign, especially since World of Vampires does expect you to have a lot of politicking and rivalries. My vampires will be coming over from Europe, which is going to be putting another interesting spin on everything. New World vampires usually don't enjoy older or even younger European vampires. They come from such a different system with a lot more with a very different approach. They usually don't like people like that muscling in on their turf, and in this case my group doesn't really have another choice. It might be that they are up for it. The bigger problem is going to be the language, since we'll be playing in German and not in English, unfortunately. But I can give you the summary of what happened after every session. You could have used an umbrella. And I really need to... Something that is already pretty sure is we're going to have one Asamite and one Tremere character. So those choices alone will be already very interesting. For those who don't know, those two clans are very antagonistic with each other. And having to cooperate is probably not something that is going to be working without any friction. Sometimes you do have multiple reasons, all culminating as being the same one. I am sorry, Fury. Yes, at the moment there is no slot for you, unfortunately. And also something that will happen, since they are European vampires, the general political situation of the 1920s is not the most stable one, and they also will need to deal with fallout from home affecting everything. I am not sure that would work easily, Silver. For one, oh, okay, that is, of course, a very strong argument from Mark here. And So, I really go on 5 minutes tangents all the time. Coming back to my plans for the group, there is I am currently, so for one, creating the web of existing factions, and so in the different areas of the city, since I do want to play this one very intrigue heavy. And they have already been discussing whether they want to so in Vampire Society, in World of Darkness, it is considered, it is, if you do not visit the ruler of a city or so, then you are going to be considered persona non grata, and you basically don't exist for the society, meaning that if somebody kills you, that's fine, you shouldn't have been there. And they were already discussing with their mission if they should be or not, in the beginning at least, go to visit the Prince of Chicago and to introduce themselves and be like, we are here. Or if they would want to work incognito in the city for a while, which is something that, as the Game Master, you already like to hear, because that is going to be adding a lot of self-made tension to their early efforts, at least, until they do visit him. And then there is always the question, should they have done enough to get some attention onto themselves, will the prince then accept them, since they have been doing stuff in quote-unquote his city? Or are they not going, or are they going to do that and not run the risk of anything weird happening there? Mark, it would be your turn now. Well, I can only talk about the longsword. It's decent. I can show them. They're decent weapons. They're not the best. So this is the Senator Sickle, very close to what I am currently bringing. And this is the sickle with it has more purple, so if that is something that is important, but it has less defense. And this one has a lot less purple. Sharpness +2 is going to be very valuable here with those weapons. But again, that is only the longswords. I am not exactly aware how the other weapons look. And I am not sure what happened. Chair. No, with especially the event one, I'll be switching out the amulets. Well, don't worry about it. Okay, and I just... Sorry, I do keep interrupting myself quite a bit at the moment. I do have 2 slots. Can I fit a Dragon Resistance decoration in there for everything? Is valuable at the moment. I can fit 2 in. There we go. And then eating for Dragon Resistance should get myself positive at least. Sorry for the delay, everybody. Meh. Doesn't really matter. I'm eating for the resistance, not so much what else I can bring. Okay, here we go. Is P-Balls a GU speedrunner, Fury? Makes crazy speedruns out of nowhere. Interesting. I have not heard him before. He may... Is he more a Spanish language creator, or is he an English language creator? Bloodbath CX with Striker Lance in 6 minutes. Ooh, okay, that is... appears to be from Thailand. So he is an English-speaking creator, I'd guess. I'll have a look for him. Killing EX in 6 minutes is sounding that's a very tough feat. So mad respects there. I will be beating EX Bloodbath solo at one point. That is indeed something the rule, at least as I follow it, if anybody thinks that that is still not how it should be, is that I take, if we're 2 people, I will be taking half the supplies, especially in something like this. And if we are 3, I am going to take only 1 set. And that is If you think that you are going to be needing more supplies to even get through the quest, remember there is also the provision division that I liberally use, especially for the harder quests. And else, please ask before taking more than your share. More than your share. That is... Uh-oh. Please put it away. If I do have the opportunity to fetch some supplies without needing to make a gigantic detour, especially in an arena quest like this, yes, I will be taking my share of the supplies. Fair enough, sometimes it happens. And sometimes, if there is a member that is currently not interested in the supplies, well, okay. Then again, it is much easier for me in the current configuration to alert somebody that I have accidentally overtaken and immediately offer to give them back. Okay. I do need a second. Ooh, everybody. Okay. That is good. Let's see if I... Yikes. Yeah, okay. Sorry. There was nothing that I could have really done there. Sorry, everybody. That is unfortunately unfortunate. Yeah, if I had been more attentive with others, that might have gotten the same result. It's a very tough quest, so it is what it is. And that would now give the selection over to Chair. And we can try this one again in the next round. So, 2 drill tusks, very nice, but these are frozen seaway. Good that I checked. I do need to retrieve some hot drinks then. And I do want to enjoy some food. I have accepted the quest already, okay, so I'm not going to be exchanging the talisman here. It'll be fine. Okay. It is cold here, but luckily I did bring some hot drinks. Indeed, I did type out something very quickly and I muted the game. I will need to find a better spot for that hotkey. And I do apologize for muting the game there. I think the best thing for me to get would be something like a Stream Deck. That would allow me to get myself a few more buttons and not need to rely on the keyboard for all of my for everything I need and want to do in OBS. It's been the second time today and only now did I actually realize that the problem, partially at least, is me. There we have its first bloody rollover. And that's not a jump I could easily survive. And sorry, I did forget to thank you, Mark, for bringing that to my attention so quickly. Okay, that is one mount. Somehow I doubt this one is still looking good. And I mean, speaking of the devil, that is one Drill Tusk down and out for the count. So, took the carves I needed, and I'm now... Okay. Why did I think that would have been a successful evade? And that ledge did not allow me to run back. Sorry, Mark, if I interrupted you there in something. And also this Drill Tusk very probably not looking great anymore. And I do have, this time at least, an uncanny timing. While I did not say they're going to be dying in so and so much, I was pretty good with where we were at about-ish. Yeah, those things, I believe you, and I believe that, yes, it feels very, very good, but I didn't see it in such a chaotic melee. You can't really see everything. I'm sorry, maybe it was I managed to capture it on stream, but personally I did not see it. Yeah, let's get a few more. Okay, I'm going to very quickly disappear. I'll be here, but... So, it's not a break or anything, but I'm going to quickly disappear while I do something. It's currently very uncomfortable. And I do want to... I don't want my ears or my ear canals to be sore for... Well, it depends on how you are going to be disappearing, Mark. Mind-wise. You'll need to elaborate that a little bit. That is not something that... You're waiting on me. So, Silver, you don't need anything at the moment.
Right.
At least I'm interpreting it as such. If you do have something, it is your turn at the moment. Yep, no, that's fine. Don't worry. You're just going to play through instinct. I think it's more muscle... Sorry, it's more muscle memory than instinct for stuff like this. Instinct is very useful on... Might be very useful on an actual real-life hunt. Even there, though, I think a lot of that is practice. But playing instinctively... Okay. Sorry, everybody. I do need to exchange talismans here. So, and while playing on muscle memory feels instinctively, it's not quite the same thing. Again, though that is not a distinction that everybody might understand quite as such. And indeed, muscle memory can be absolutely brutal, especially if you allow yourself to play on muscle memory, if your muscle memory is good enough. You are going to be a lot faster than if you're trying to plan ahead. And it is something that I do some of, at least. Playing on muscle memory still needs some focus on it. But it is helpful. Whoops. Muscle forgot something there. But it is useful, and I think I do want to improve my muscle memory a little bit more, so that's why I'm happy for every monster coming up that I don't fight often at the moment. To improve my muscle memory, that it is even easier for me to keep talking while hunting. Of course, muscle memory with a monster you don't really fight seems weird, but if you have built up some muscle memory, you can do a lot with that, even though you don't fight the monster regularly. Of course, having more practice with the monster you're hunting is going to allow you to also have your specific muscle memory for that monster. There we go. That is something I dislike about this one specifically. And I'm very happy to have raised my thunder resistance. Anything else and I would have gotten a lot more damage, and had I played as I have, I probably would have carted. One of the most complicated things, I think, muscle memory wise, is evade timings like this. Especially for the more complicated attack patterns, you do need to know where and when your timings are. Okay, I was hoping to see him do exactly that. We are a few seconds later, but that's fine. We did get that part. The crabs are overly aggressive. Come on. Thank you. And I'll be able to... Okay. Do have a moment should he run away. But like this, I wouldn't have needed those additional potions anyway. Well done. This was a good fight. I can't say that I'm unhappy for some additional Hyper Lagiacrus material. I am not too surprised you do not like Lagi very much. As such, you do not hunt him solo. And hunting in a group does make that a lot easier. I do know that it is something hard to do, but it is something that well, if I'm not actively grinding for something, which I've been doing for the past year, I from time to time go fight monsters that I am bad with, especially to improve a little bit. All of the monsters are absolutely feasible. And oh my lord, oh, this is... What? Okay, that's... Pyroxene, okay, but dang, that was really... really good. I haven't said that you haven't fought him at all, Mark. There is a difference between avoiding fighting a monster unless it's absolutely necessary and yeah, and sometimes choosing to fight him because you are having a little bit of, because you know that you're having some trouble with it. Ooh, I'm getting a lot of tickets. Let me have a look with Rust Razor. I do need more tickets, and I do need more material from him. Have I muted the game again? No, I have not. So I just, as I was talking before, I'm planning a campaign in World of Darkness, Vampire the Masquerade, and I have just gotten information what the third player plans or thinks of playing. And for anybody who knows the setting, we have, as I said, an Asamite or Banu Hakim, a Tremere, and I have disappeared. Indeed, I have not reappeared. Thank you for reminding me to undo my magic trick. And the third member is thinking of either playing a La Sombra, Giovanni, or Nosferatu, and all three will be, with what I'm planning, going to be a ton of fun, going to add a lot to the tension and intrigue that they have to fight through. So I am excited not only for the final choice but also to get them in. You're gonna catch some Stygian worms. Okay. I am currently not a... Oh, okay. Are you going to be sending your Palicos out for that, or how are you going to be doing that? Not entirely sure. So, and again, oh, okay, you're quickly running out. Okay, fair. That gives me some more time to talk about my plans for them. So, coming over from Europe, chasing something that a vampire, like. Their mission is to be chasing down a vampire that in Europe has diablerized, so eaten another vampire and also stolen a family heirloom. Of course, the European vampires can't just be sitting there and accepting that that blight on their honor, and very good that I checked, and thus they send the party out over to Chicago, to where they have tracked him down, and they need to, 1, kill him, and 2, retrieve that family heirloom. And so they need to find that vampire, they need to extract justice, so either they need to get the Prince of Chicago to declare the offending vampire persona non grata, basically call a blood hunt, in order that they can legally quote unquote kill him, or they need to do it regardless and then live with the consequences. Although once they manage to get everything done, they can go home. So if they keep doing that, they can. If they do kill him last, they can just go back to Europe afterwards. And Dentorium, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday. And indeed, this game is solo playable in the end game. I think it is solo working very well indeed. You do need more time, but I don't think that it is overly hard to play solo. Then again, And Entorium, I am a very long-standing player, having started with Freedom 1 and really gotten into it with Freedom Unite. So, almost 2 decades here as a Monster Hunter player. And
Dentorium is
thank
now
you
following.
so very much for that follow. It is very much appreciated. And I didn't quite manage to finish my welcome. I hope that you're going to have a lovely Saturday from here on out. I would not mind to hunt some pirates with you later this evening. Please have a good rest. Have a fantastic rest of your Saturday, and then see you in the Black Thrag. A lot of people started in World. I am happy to see that you have some interest in playing the older games. The desire sensor, it is still very aggressively present. It's tuned down a little bit in the more, in what I call the modern ones, World, Rise, and Wilds. But yeah, it is still there. Silver, how close are you to finishing up? Okay. 1 worm away. Okay, I'll give you another minute. If you're not managing to be back by then, we'll try this for our own. I am finding it... Okay. As I say, I do keep interrupting myself quite a bit, and I did so once again here. I was talking about my my plans for the campaign in Vampire the Masquerade that I'm planning, and then how do you get back to these things, or how do you keep yourself from interrupting yourself? Because I do want, as long as I can, say hello to everybody who's coming in properly, and I do not have any control over that, so I do need to interrupt myself for it. And then I find it awkward to come back to that topic because I interrupted myself and I went on to something else. It is something that I do want to figure out. But yeah, finishing this thought for once. I think that is something that I need to do very quickly. Say hello and then do the proper, like for example, say hello, then do the proper welcoming when I have time, once I finish the topic I was talking about. I'll try. I'll try. If I do keep interrupting myself and you want me to keep interrupting myself, then please let me know. You have a bigger problem with the desire sensor in new gen. Possibly. Silver is probably having an issue right now. Are you still lacking a worm? And add jail, of course, that is always very unfortunate. And so that also means that I do not know. You got twice what you needed. Okay. Welcome back, Silver. He's probably going to quickly do your upgrade and come out with new equipment. Yeah. But if you do allow me to go back to what I was talking about campaign-wise, and okay, I went through, I think, pretty much everything settings-wise that I can tell you so far. You're going to hunt the owl. I do think it is much more efficient if we go all onto the same target. So either all owl first or all crab first. But yeah, I'm not sure. I do think it is better if everybody hunts the same monster. But what I did want to say, and I didn't even manage to finish the thought properly, was that for my players in the group, it is very beautiful indeed. I think you're a new Kinsek. That even the idea of starting a new campaign has my players creating 2 or 3 characters already. And we can finally depart here. It's fine. It was, in the end, my decision to wait, and I'll be taking that responsibility, Silver. I don't know if any of you do play any tabletop role-playing games. Here is a first engaged target. If you do feel like sharing, have any of you played any TT, like tabletop role-playing games, or and if you did play any, which ones? The owl is not looking great. I hope I can get a nice azure plume from it. And that is our first target down. Happy for the plume. I know you're talking, you asked silver. I have seen it, but I don't know enough to be able to name it. And I am not even able to put the name onto a specific insect, other than looks-wise at the moment. Is there anything bad about that particular insect? My style is very much adept style. It is exclusive to Generations Ultimate. It basically gives you a strong evade with the ability for counter attacks. That is why some of my dodges activate with a with the larger jump and the effects. If you would have gotten hit by an attack during your evade window, you jump out and can come back for the charge splitter, which the helm splitter, I think they call the attack, that has been moved on in a different way on through the combos in later games. It is required for me to charge my color gauge. You are welcome. Thank you very much for joining us, Chair. I hope you had a good time. And I do hope that you are going to have a fantastic and enjoyable rest of your Saturday. Very nice. Happy for the coins. I'm not sure if Fury is still here, but if you are Fury, we now have an open spot. Maybe. And that was my choice, so Mark, it is your choice now. You can now choose the quests. While I got the Heart Claw, I still am lacking the Scalp here. Adding 15 raw. Is that the attack of the Kinsect, Fury, and sorry for not exactly. I'm asking if you're still here. Sorry for that, Fury. Is the 15 raw, is that of the Kinsect or of the, is that in addition to your normal, to the damage of your glaive? To your normal. Bloody hell, I'm really orphaning. And I do have the wrong talisman. I do need to switch here, Mark. I'll be right back. And Silver, I'll be right back. Let me have a quick look. I'll be showing what you are running. Please give me a moment. If I interrupt myself, I'm going to forget to eat. Okay, here we go. So this is what he is running. That is very kind of you, Mark. But we don't even know what Dentorium did. I didn't ask what he is mainly playing, so it may be that Greatsword is not something that he wants to sit down with. And if I may, Dentorium, what is your main weapon? If you have a main weapon over time. I'm guessing that Fury has quite a bit of knowledge of the Greatsword. I should have his guild card. Dude, that is my guild card. That is not anybody else's. There is Sylva's cards. There, that is... At least that is one of your cards, if I remember that correctly. I may not have... No, there it is. There is your main. Then I must have... I thought I had two cards of you, but this is Nephenie's guild card. A lot more balanced, even though there is a clear bias. Let me show you Mark's set. Such that Fury can rate it for you. Let me know if you have taken a look at it, Fury, and I'll be going into standby again, that we can go into this quest. It doesn't have focus. It is very much it's a very defensive dragon set. Sorry, if anybody wants that Nullberry, I usually don't use them. If anybody wants the Nullberry, let me know. Okay. That is what all of the greatsword users have told me as well, that element on the greatsword is not something worth considering a lot of the time. I will be considering it to a degree, in that I am going to make myself some good elemental greatswords. But it is not efficient to go switch all the time. It's much better for the greatsword at least to keep with as much raw and sharpness and focus as possible, as far as I understand it. And again, I am absolutely not a master of greatsword. And even the longsword, I may not play exactly optimally. Ooh. Let's ensure that we're not having a cart already. And it wouldn't be, for example, the first time being reminded that my... Thank you very much for that, and unfortunate for that cart. That the set that I am currently carrying is also suboptimal. And you have blight proof. That's not unuseful. Probably focus. That is one of the things where for the other weapons I absolutely want and also need to get myself more usable armor. For I do not have any focus at all, and this is the armor that I'm currently using for all of the other weapons as well. And especially for greatsword, as I've been shown how nice greatsword, Valor greatsword can actually play, that is my current choice. It reduces the time you need to focus the sword, you need to charge the sword for. It works for bows, it works for anything that charges. I have in the back of my mind that it also would increase my spirit gauge charges. But I am not 100% certain I am remembering that correctly. And I would not know, for example, if it also increased the charge of the demon gauge for the for dual blades, or if that is governed by a different skill. That's another unfortunate card, but it is Event Valstrax. He is... Ouch! He is going to be putting up a fight, and thank you for that, Silver. Okay, successful boom. I should move over to the tail. So far, that part of my explanation was then correct. Do you know, Fury, if it influences the charge of, for example, the spirit gauge on the longsword and the demon gauge for the dual blades? Them being a kind of charge, it may be, but I do not remember. Okay, it does something, but you don't remember as well. That's fine. Okay. I did not expect that to even work closely. I don't think that... Ooh, that's unfortunate again. That the... that the charge of the arts is in any way influenced by focus. Strictly, yes. But it is kept separate, as it is in no way a weapon-related charge, and more something related to the styles. Oh, so the ability needs... Yeah, again, it's an art. I am doubtful it would. It may be a charge, it may need to charge, but... I doubt it, but that doesn't mean that I am correct. Ooh, Mark. I'm not getting anywhere quick at the moment. And I don't have any powders left over. Okay, that's another big charge. And that is again unfortunate. He is a very tough nut to crack. Silver, that would be your turn for a choice now. And Amethyst, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a great Saturday so far, and that you can be looking forward to more of a fantastic Saturday for yourself. Absolute readiness basically ensures infinite sharpness with Valor. How so? The greatsword is not an unpatient weapon. If I am putting it in some way. You do need some patience for it, and if you do... Valor specifically? Okay. Coming from a longsword, I feel like greatsword needs... that greatsword needs a lot more patience than I am... that I am used to with a longsword, and as such it feels like even in guild style you need to be patient with a weapon. While it is your choice, my suggestion is if you think you'd have fun with it, do so. Amethyst. Okay, I'll be taking a look at it when going back through anyway. There's a defense 12 with no slots. I should have defense already. Protection. Is that something I want to keep? Not so much directly. And I'll be... Take some time then if you don't feel like you're awake enough already. Okay. Let me switch back to an elemental longsword. We're going to be burning this Kezu away. I'm guessing you need some thunder sacks. Or are they like... electro sacks. Electro sacks in the beginning. And I'm happy you found it, because I'm not I'm not aware of the different naming of the different names, so well, it would have been no help with it, unfortunately. Okay, I'm not even adjusting my amulet for it. Mark, are you coming onto a Kezu hunt, or do you want to, or do you need more time with your equipment? Okay. That is fine. We'll be quickly removing this one. Okay, got run over by an Anticla there. And that is fair, I don't expect it. I don't expect Kezu to get out of its spawn area once we get there. Are you asking me? I'll be probably very quickly done anyways. Did you disconnect there, Silva? Or did you just have to leave? Good. I also need to remember to bring focus on my greatsword adventures. Kezu, as an adept longsword, has a huge flaw in that he really enjoys to spam this when you're close to him as a blade master, and he was smart enough to trick me there. But yeah, that is something that allows me to do a ton of damage. Oh yeah, absolutely. Best OST in the game as usual. This is the Principal Flame. Indeed. And Dazaord, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a good Saturday so far and that you can be looking forward to a fantastic rest of your Saturday. Okay, alone I was not quite able to keep him here. So as I said, it's called Principal Flame and it is the Agnaktor longsword. The last version of it, but they do not change between the upgrades to much or at all, so the looks would be the same for all of the others, of which I currently do not really know the name. And despite everything, I did manage to finish up Khezu in under 5 minutes. Okay, I do hope to get a few sacks. That is something I am always chronically short on. Most of the sacks come from more than just one monster, but Electro sacks are, as far as I remember, unique to Khezu. So I'm always happy to be able to get some more. And there were some nice ones indeed. I'm at 17, that's a bit more than I would have guessed. And with me coming back, Mark... no, it is actually my turn. This was Sylvis' choice. Let me first decide on what I want to go hunt. Ooh, I have an idea. That's probably no crab. As a reminder, if you do want to have me use anything other than a longsword, there is a weapons redeem that is even now active for multiplayer. I do feel comfortable enough to bring them to most quests. There might be some exceptions still, especially like Fatalis or so, but you have your newest set. Well, we'll see. Heavy Wyvern Sculpt. That's what I was looking for. I'd be taking a guess that it's also dropped by Gravios, but I'm not sure. No, it is not. Good, I checked. Okay, crab it is. Let me have a look. Attack up large, focus, endurance, run a Dragonheart and resuscitate. So it does. It would speed up my art. No. Longsword, Charge Blade, Dual Blades, Switch Axe, Gauges. Okay, so it is going to be filling up the Spirit Gauge faster. Light Bowgun, and okay. I'd say it's fine, but then again, I am not the expert on that. Let me see. No place to run. Here we are. Please focus on the shell. I do want to break it to be able to get what I am looking for. You are going to deal damage. How much over other things? Again, I'm not sure. I do not have the experience with the weapon to be able to tell. But I hope it will be a ton for you. Although my general sentiment is that as long as you're having fun, the build doesn't matter all that much. Look at your damage. It's decent. Oh, it's not bad. It's not bad, but I am not sure if the pure raw damage is going to be sufficient. And I did forget to munch again. Well, these things happen. I'll just prep up and focus down. Sure, but raw is not the only thing that decides on how much your attack damage deals. There is positioning, there is sharpness, there is still a lot surrounding it that is also not unimportant, and that is going to influence how much damage you will be making. So while a big number is good, there are a lot more modifiers that decide how much damage the monster will feel in the end. And that was a panic roll that cost me a cart here. Sorry about that. Let's get back into fighting mode. And I'll be there as soon as possible. Okay. If I had as much time as I wanted, I'd be coming and practicing this a little bit more. And I have to say that a lot of the skills that require you to be low on health are usually making me very nervous. And that's fortunately another card. Ouch. And I really need to hunker down here. I don't mind needing to drink a lot of potions, but being unable to... Going that far down always makes me... Okay. I am doing something wrong here. I'd much prefer this not be done in a cave. Okay. That was a lifesaver. That was a nice one as well. Okay, that should give me... Now, some decent chances in getting a scalp. Although, this being Monster Hunter, I could imagine that the scalp is... It matters for the scalp which of the shells that you are breaking. And the two he was wearing for here definitely were not very wyvery. Okay, fortunate and unfortunate. Okay, he does give me the time I needed to heal. Okay, that's also both claws broken. Here we are. Okay, that was a hit, a hyper hit. I'm trying to crack the second one here as well. Okay, I rolled myself out here. I'll be taking the opportunity to resharpen my weapon for maximum damage. Okay, not sitting on the shell. Well, he is Senator, not Hermitor, and on the Hermitor's shell you have one. He is always using the same shell, so it's much easier to find a spot on it. Sorry about that. Okay, very nice. Busted a second shell open. Should increase my chances of finding the heavy wyvern scalp by a little bit. No chance of cracking the third one. But to two cracks I am very happy with. Some heavy legs, all good. Mark, your turn. I would suggest to get a one of the normal valve slot axes, going to be much more smooth. But if you do want to keep trying the event one, I am up for it. But results wise, I think the normal one would be quicker and less troubled with how much damage we're taking. Heavy Wyvern Scalp, so 2 already very, very, very happy. Warren Blades, I have no more need for those. That reminds me, I have like basically no earth crystals left over. And as far as I know, you can't get earth crystals here. So, not much I can do there, but indeed, I'm very happy to be able to push this now. I can also immediately go one step further, but I am lacking anything to get to everything I need to get to 4. No, not everything, but I can't get to 4 at the moment. Okay. It may do so. As I said, I was unaware if it did or did not, and it is, as I said, your turn to choose a quest now, Mark. I am going through some of my stuff here as well. So don't worry about that too much. Nice. Very nice indeed. My first maxed out greatsword here. If it is what I think it is, it's going to be fine, but no, it is not. I'll need to switch to a water elemental longsword and I'll be back. Also, I do think that I can switch out the talismans I am using again. And Mark, you chose Great Sword, so let me switch over. Especially with the... Okay, that gives me the opportunity to try out my newly made... There we go. My newly made Great Sword. And sorry for not seeing it immediately. I think you posted that before we went on to the last quest, and I unfortunately didn't see it. I don't have the conditions. Okay, on-site items only. Can I call in provision division stuff? Let me accept the quest and see. Should be able. Fire is good, black belt is good. Welcome back, Volt. I hope you had a good time in between. You went to buy something, if I remember correctly. I'm sorry, it's like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Do the sub-quest first. What is the sub-quest? Deliver 4 pieces of dung. Yeah, no, that's not going to be working. You went to buy drinks. Indeed. Quite important to have enough to drink at home. I do remember where I can find it. So let's... I hope they are Farcasters. Let's put it like that. I hope they have Farcasters. Nice. What great sword is that? Only for the looks I want it. Absolutely, Bolt. Take some time if you need it. Okay. Is this quest's great sword called Drifters? Okay, cool. That is one that I'm going to just take up into the collection because of how it looks. And I'll be honest, I have not, except for the quests that I needed to do for my longswords, I haven't pushed much there yet. Where is our... Oh, there is our dung pile. He may still be watching, but he is not... He is currently not in the lobby. Okay. I have some capture material. Not exactly... bombs. I am myself not a bomb user. Okay. It's going to be fun, but it's also going to be a little bit nerve-wracking. It looks so weird to have something not great for my sharpness. But better to lose some sharpness than to oh, bloody hell. I should have seen that. Tira, hello. Good morning. How are you? I hope you have had a good Saturday morning so far. And I hope that you can be looking forward to a fantastic Saturday. And this Brachydios you fell asleep really hard. I think that's a good thing. I hope that means that you slept deep and well. I am really starting to use all of what I have in Valor here a lot better. Far from calling it perfect, but a lot better is already a lot better. You bought some cheese sandwiches. Are you going to be warming them up, or did you get them warm from the shop? You made them and then you heated them up. Nothing wrong with that. I was just curious. Indeed, you do not want to leave them in the microwave for too much time. Ah, Brachelios is... I am unsure. Okay, I will waste a little bit here, but I'd rather go full than half baked into combat. This time I do understand how it didn't hit me. A little bit too aggressive. Yeah, okay, that's... tossed me about all good and nice. Ah, la 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 la. Indeed, I am... Sorry, oh bloody hell. I'll be meeting you outside, Mark. Here you are. And let's get back and let's get ping-ponged a little bit more. Oh, bloody hell, that was not what exactly I was going for. Come on, I might not have Adept, but I did roll out of that. Okay, I would have bet that I would not have been in range of that. Phew, this one. Yeah, indeed, and it's a big mess and it's annoying. I get it. I get it. Okay, that took far too long. Yeah, no, I get it. It didn't go through, and it's important that it goes through, and now you have to do a ton of stuff left and right in order for it not to become a huge mess. Okay, so happy I got that hit in. And my greatsword is becoming better. I hope that you can clarify your question there also quickly, and that may be then a good idea to start asking her. Okay, that I even hit that one amazes me, and I did take some damage. But so far I'm actually fine with that. But I'm flying back so much there is annoying. You don't need to show me how pretty you are from that close-up. Brahadios, okay. I need to go fetch some more of the supplies we had been given. This is else going to be resulting in a cart. It's unfortunate, but I currently do not have any healing items. Dark, I know that you came into the lobby, and thank you and welcome, but unfortunately it's going to take a little while longer for us to finish this. I think I'll be taking a nap on the bed. Carve the tail, and then I'm fully back in it. And I do have enough traps to try and catch him once he shows signs of being weakened. He is a formidable opponent. And although I am doing decent, I would have been more efficient. I'm not sure. Yeah, efficient is the right word. I would have been more efficient with a long sword. Yeah, I'm not staying. But the fact is, he can now be trapped. Come forward. That is forward, but not the way forward I wanted to see. Okay. He is down and is going to go for a sleep. That wasn't too bad. I wouldn't exactly say easy, but it was fun, and that's important. That's, in a way, the most important thing. That is something you might want to change a little bit. And I already have a few of these. Congratulations on to mantles. And if you're still... Let's see. I might not have caught all the movement. Dark, thank you very much for your patience. I should have a mantle. And it is now your turn to select a quest. I do wonder where it may be. That's bronze tickets. You're also not a bad looking sword. There we are, Drifter's sword. Very nice. There we go. Dark, did you hear me? It is your turn to choose a quest. Yeah, that's not bad. I just want to have a look. Probably going to have the same with that greatsword. Why not? Basically, well, let's see what it is. Depending on what it is, without a request, I am not going to run with a greatsword. At least not without it being requested. I got on mine as to max level as well, so with what I'm seeing, I might actually be getting there, and I have also forgotten something important. That looks a lot more like it. Well, of course you would, but that's fine. That now gives me definitely the opportunity to try this one out. It's lacking a little bit in sharpness. I wish it had more purple, but... Well, one thing immediately, it's going to feel weird charging it. Okay. Okay. I'm going to bring some equipment to be catching one of them. I do have +2. Do not forget, I do have sharpness or handicraft too. What else can I bring to make it easier? These, honestly, combo material for the flash bombs against the Rajang. The Vitalis Ruptures is blue unless you have Handicraft +2. Imperfect. But I do want to get rid of one of them as soon as possible. I haven't looked that precisely at it, since I do have quite a bit of white. I'm not overly fretting about it. Crimson Fatalis one. I have it, but I don't have it maxed yet. That one I haven't maxed yet. Mark, if he doesn't want it, especially in text, just then stop. At the latest, then stop. And I did ask you to stop it before, and you know, once can be fun if you make it something running. Yes, and also if you have such distractions coming in more constantly, then you know, people have different thresholds, and I will ask you to look. If you give me some garbage once to request, I don't care, and you can have your fun with that. But for other people, if you're playing privately, that is one thing, but on stream, please don't. Come on, Mark. Well, it is what it is. I hope somebody has dung bombs. I did not have the space, and I didn't even talk about it. Okay, that's good, because these absolutely need to be kept apart. Oh, I'm not blaming you or asking you for the... I need material as well. I usually don't go for the double quests, especially solo, because... well, solo, I feel like if I do want to grind, the single quests are better because my chances... My success rate is higher and I have... Okay, that one was a surprise. Okay. Okay, nice. Sheesh. No idea where I got all that damage from. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I'll be back as soon as possible. I hope that your tummy does calm down, Tira, and everything hopefully goes as it should. And bloody hell, I now have some wasted... I've wasted some stuff here. I did not double tap A there. Okay, I hope that I am high enough. It looks like it. Rathin unfortunately has come back. Rathalos is leaving. Wrong way. Uh, I hope that's not too far. Lucky. Rathian is back already as well. Thank you. Now, both of them are leaving. Are you going? She really did not want to stop there. Ugh, if I had known for a ruby, I would not have been that stubborn. It's not that the ruby is bad, but... yeah. Rathian is up at the moment. Rathian is close. She's landing again. I'm so happy. Okay. If we have the first one down here. Please. That's Rathalos done. I am very happy to hear that. Okay. Now, the rest is not going to be a walk in the park. Rathian is still a gold Rathian. Okay, I don't need to recharge my Valor state. I don't like needing to block with my greatsword. But the fact that you can is absolutely valuable. Oh, bloody hell. I did not think she would fetch me with the tail there. Yeah, that's not looking good. Okay, and the other thing with her is we do need to kill her. I don't have another trap anymore. Okay. Dang, she is screechy. You have traps. Okay, good. No. There we are. Have I been now poisoned this entire time, or have I been re-poisoned? How long will I have to deal with this poison? That's bad. Not great. I'm sorry, Dark, I do not have any more powders available. That is unfortunate. It's better if you leave the quest. If she comes over to you and she kills you, that is not something we can deal with right now. Sorry. He's at base. Okay. Did you see where Rathian went to? Did she go around? Or did she go up? I'll just... You guess nest. I don't think so. Okay, she's not here. Nest, you were correct. Not yet. Ah, that's not good. And that was too aggressive. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Not staying. Of bloody course. I do have Capture Guru, yes. That's the tail. We can cap. And they have a single trank bomb left. That was not... That was not a gifted quest. What do you mean with we are over my limit? Oh, you mean for time-wise? Yes, yes. This has to have been the last quest for today. But I didn't even have time to really consider that until now. Anything not quest related had to wait until after the quest. Seriously though, I am happy that we managed to finish this out, especially since it was the last quest of the day. Makes it a lot better than having failed the last quest of the day. Congratulations on the Rathalos mantle. I think I could have used that one more than the Rathian mantle. This is like my 10th Rathian mantle. And I'm now just curious on how Rathalos is looking. None. Of course, of course. And I think with that I can also upgrade one other sword. No, okay. Nothing of what I got was needed for that. Also, okay, not needed here. But Bolt, Chair, Silver, everybody who joined me on my hunts today again, thank you very much. I had a ton of fun, and I almost forgot Mark. He also joined us. Thank you everybody for having joined me, and I hope you had as much fun during those quests that I had. You're missing 2 shards and 2 pure crystals. Well, that may then be something for tomorrow. That may be then something for tomorrow, which gets me rather fine towards the end of stream. But first, before I go quickly through my schedule, no, actually, I do. Jal is currently having a PB attempt in Worlds, and I do want to support him with that, so we'll be raiding out to Jal today. No suggestions, unfortunately, for today. But quickly going over the schedule: tomorrow, Monday, Friday, and next weekend. No, not yet sure for next Saturday, but Monday, Friday, and Sunday I'm going to be streaming from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time, or from 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. As I said, I'm not sure for Saturday. I'll let you know once I know more. I might need to, unfortunately, next week Saturday cancel my stream completely, but we'll see. And then I'll be playing more Persona 3 Portable Monday and Friday, and tomorrow more Monster Hunter. Of course, this time starting out in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate immediately. And then on, not to forget, Thursday, I'll be playing more Supreme Commander. I hope that I get some ladder matches in. And then some skirmishes, if it keeps, and it unfortunately looks to be the case that I'm not getting many ladder matches. I think I might switch over completely to StarCraft, because there I am much more guaranteed to be getting my matches if I want them. So, and I don't want to spend my stream time just waiting and fighting against the AI, even though they have a really good AI. That is not really what I want to be doing. But let me know if you don't mind watching me trying to find ladder matches, or if you don't mind me watching fighting the AI in skirmishes. I don't mind to continue, but it is I don't think it is as interesting as being able to find matches and really get my teeth into them in the analysis later on, and really working on improving and clawing my way back up. I think that is more interesting than anything else. But again, let me know either in Discord or on my Discord or on Twitter. And as I said, we'll be raiding out to Jal Bagel. As always with raids, please be nice, please be kind. And so much for my schedule, and so much for the raid, and that means that all that is left for me to say is to wish you a lovely rest of your Saturday. Please enjoy the rest of your Saturday. I'll might see you tomorrow if you have the time, if not another day. But until we do see each other again, please have a fantastic time, and until then, goodbye.